probably not the best idea to give out the actual link, period. Pull over and get some out of the back. Just a second here. Figure I'd do it while it's not crazy drenching rain. I said every bit of it was caught on the camera, and it changed it to every bit of it on the camera. That is annoying as bleep.
In a quarter mile, take exit 251 on Florida 14 East.
Good morning, everyone. Dawn is approaching along the Florida west coast there. And we're getting a look at our camera system. So far, the only one that is out is Horseshoe Beach. It went underwater about an hour ago. It was pretty low on a canal anyway. It's just a bummer that it happened while it was dark. But it's underwater, so the water definitely rose about 5 or 6 feet there, maybe more, to get to it. That's no surprise. Our Cedar Key cams, quite remarkable. Presumably I am closing in on Madison, Florida, up on the interstate, and I'm going to wait for what's left of the center when it gets up here. It'll still pack quite a punch, no doubt about it. Definitely some dry air. Got into the east side of Idalia. I don't think that was anticipated at all. It might be stroke of good luck. We don't know yet. Is it back on? Question mark. Period. It was on a canal, probably 5 feet above the water.
Continue on I-10 East for 3 miles. Your route may be affected by hurricane warning. Florida 53 north toward Madison.
Cranking pretty good up here.
In a quarter mile, take exit 258, Florida 53 north toward Madison.
All right, this is where I'm gonna hopefully get into the eye, what's left of it, the core. Got a pressure sensor with me so I can keep up with the pressure. I'm going to reset it when I get up here. Should have really good service because I'm next to a cell tower. Sometimes you can be too close to them and you don't have good service. Let's see, we got the Sunoco, we got the mobile. Let's go over here to the mobile. Just kind of hang out. This will be good. I can do my interview for Fox Weather here. I am in Madison and ready whenever you all are, period. This is where I will be for the next several hours, period. Alright, it is making landfall now. Eyewall looks pretty intact on it. The core down there, it's like a donut. The outer part of it is eroded on the southern side, but no matter. It's still definitely packing a heck of a punch down there. I see the water is coming up on the Cedar Key B Street camera. Alright, I've got to figure out how I gotta take this guy off. There's not much happening right now, but I need this mount for my other iPhone to put on the outside of the vehicle. Alright, let's do that. Earbuds. Fox wants to do an interview soon. Get this set up. Alright, rain jacket's on.
one.
Powerful Category 4 Hurricane Idalia is making landfall on the Florida Big Bend this morning, dealing that area an historic hurricane, one that we have not seen in at least 150 years. Good morning and welcome to HurricaneTrack's live coverage of the landfall of Category 4 Hurricane Idalia. It is Matthew Harding and CJ Morgan. Grab some coffee and settle in with us here. We'll be with you periodically through about noon today to bring you coverage of the landfall of Idalia. And CJ, I know when we talked last night, it was getting pretty busy down there in your neck of the woods with tornado watches and spin ups and everything like that. I'm sure you used the old Ozzy Osbourne phrase, "sleep with one eye open," as your method of getting some rest last night. How was the night for you?
To be truthful, it was loud. I have one of the few homes in the state of Florida, I think, that has a second floor. And I don't know if you guys can hear this, but I have a window directly behind my bed. And we listened to pretty much all night as this south-facing window just got hammered with rain. We had wind gusts at some points approaching hurricane force, nothing over that critical 75-mile-an-hour benchmark. Luckily, but right now we're mainly going to be dealing with the storm surge effects. At this point, there are, from here up through Tampa, they're really seeing those effects kind of play out. I know that there's water on the Courtney Campbell Causeway, so as well as in downtown Tampa. So that's really what we're going to be looking for throughout the rest of the day. Otherwise, I mean, it's definitely bearable. It was nothing compared to what these poor folks along the coast of the Florida Big Bend are now going through as this core really makes its way on shore. And quite frankly, landfall is going to be imminent, somewhere around Steinhatchee in Taylor County. And I do want to reiterate this morning that the National Weather Service in Tallahassee has already gone ahead and issued an extreme wind warning that goes until 10 o'clock this morning for these areas of Taylor, Dixie, and I believe northern Levy County along the coast there for those extreme winds. It truly an unprecedented event is unfolding before our eyes today.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was amazing the rate at which this deepened overnight. We were talking last night in our back end chat of just how there we go. We were talking in our back end chat last night of at the rate that this deepened, and it went from 972 to 961 millibars over the course of about 5.5 to 6 hours. And it continued to bottom out all night long. And here we are now with a Category 3, Category 4 storm getting ready to make landfall, or in the process of doing that right now. It looks like that the landfall may be either around Deacle Beach or Keaton Beach in southern Taylor County along Highway 19 there between Fish Creek and up toward the Perry area. It looks like and I know we have a camera in Perry, and I think Brent and maybe Mark are generally nearby that area, but it looks like Perry may take the full effect of this eyewall here over the next 60 to 120 minutes.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think we're going to be seeing that move through the central and southern parts of Taylor County as it makes its way up towards the I-10 corridor, where Mark is currently at over off of I-10. He's awaiting the arrival of the core there to try to intercept what is at that point going to be the remainder of this core as it moves through. I do want to kind of go over real quick this morning the latest updates from the National Hurricane Center since last night when I had went to sleep. They had started hourly updates, I think, early in the morning on the positioning. So as of hold on one second, pull this up. As of 7 a.m., it was located roughly 29.6 north, 83.8 west, and it's moving north-northeast at 18 miles an hour. So this is really speeding along there. And I believe, that we're going to see that landfall here, possibly even within the next 30 minutes.
Yeah. Again, that looks like it's going to happen between Deacle Beach and Keaton Beach. And I mean, I think most people who are watching this channel know this, but if you're new to the channel and you're new to hurricanes, landfall is called not when the eyewall reaches the coast. Rather, it's when the geometric center of the eye crosses the shoreline. And in this instance, it's probably going to be somewhere around Keaton Beach, which is about 15 to 20 miles southeast of Perry, Florida, which is the county seat there in Taylor County. So we'll probably have a landfall there. And again, this is going to be the strongest storm of record for this part of Florida. We had talked about last night how there had been some storms previously that had 125 mile an hour winds here, but pressure-wise and wind-wise, this is going to be the storm of record for this area. And it feels kind of awkward to say that, having already said that once this year when Mark was out in Southern California tracking Hurricane Hillary and Tropical Storm Hillary out there just a couple of weeks ago. Here we are saying it again about a storm in the Gulf of Mexico. So again, this is landfall is happening right now. Wouldn't shock me at all to see if it's called here around the time that the intermediate advisory goes out at 8 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Central. Yeah, it's going to be a wild ride if you're along Highway 19 there up toward the Perry area. And then the big water issues, as we've talked about, surge is going to be a huge deal with this because of the bathymetry of the coastline there in the Gulf of Mexico, how the continental shelf just very slowly eases out into the Gulf of Mexico. And now you're taking 130 mile an hour winds and you're really cooking up that water and shoving it inland. We've seen some really remarkable images this morning from the Horseshoe Beach camera, as well as the Cedar Key cameras that Mark and crew have set up of the surge coming in. I've seen some other video this morning coming out of Cedar Key where we have 4 to 6 feet of surge already in that area. So this is going to be a really, really, really tough storm for a part of the population up there in Northwest Florida that hasn't seen this very much at all over the last several years.
No, I completely agree. And I actually have, for folks that are on stream now, the Cedar Key camera pulled up, and the water rise there. There was a car there that was parked within frame. That is now gone. And it really wouldn't matter anyway, because at this point, the water would have been over the roof line of that vehicle that had been sitting there. And this is what we talk about when we talk about storm surge, not being this, people, when they think of flooding, they think the water comes up and it goes down. No, this has wave action on top of it. So that's really going to be almost like a bulldozer. As it comes in, it also flattens things that are around it. And while Cedar Key has escaped that core of the most intense winds, they are still in that north right front quadrant that is going to get the strongest surge as this storm comes through.
Well, yeah, and remember last year we go back to Hurricane Ian, and this was a really good point that a friend of the project, Ryan Morellis, brought up last night, of that the largest surge was displaced from the strongest winds by about 50 miles. And I wonder if we're not seeing that here as well, where you have the highest surge in Cedar Key with the landfall point further up to the north toward Perry. And it wouldn't surprise me at all if, by looking at this camera, and I don't know at what elevation they put this camera up at, but it wouldn't surprise me at all if we're talking about 8 to 10 feet of water here already, because it's covering up most of the road. It's covering up most of the bridge guards there. There are actual pieces floating in the water, and the Cadillac that we were watching for most of the night, as you talked about, that is now gone. And I think that we probably have at least 6-7 feet of water here already.
Absolutely. I, I believe this camera is sitting somewhere 9 feet, maybe above the ground. If I'm not mistaken, that's how high Mark normally puts it there. So this is, I mean, this is truly unprecedented. I'm seeing that somebody just said that we have landfall. I'm trying to confirm that. See something really quick.
I don't see it in. I'm in the National Weather Service chats in both Tampa and Tallahassee, and I do not see it yet. And it would come there first.
Yeah, no, I don't see anything either coming from Twitter. So we'll still be waiting for that as things move forward. Let me look real quick. There's this graphic that I'm gonna try to make a little bit bigger.
While you're doing that, the Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued another extreme wind warning. This will be for Lafayette, North Central Dixie, and northeastern Taylor counties until 10:15 this morning, with the eyewall of Hurricane Idalia northwest of Steinhatchee moving northeast at 18 to 20 miles an hour. Basically, the way that the Weather Service uses these extreme wind warnings is it is a final call for you to get to where you're going to ride out the core of the storm and to get there in a quickly because the onset of winds of over 115 miles an hour will begin soon. And just looking at some of the stuff that they were talking about last night, they mentioned that they were likely going to have to issue these extreme wind warnings, and they wanted to do it with about an hour's worth of lead time. So
Wow.
if you are in any of these areas that have the extreme wind warnings now, and the most recent for Lafayette, North Central Dixie, Northeast Taylor counties until 10:15, they gave you the 1 hour notice that this is coming. It will be there within an hour. And now is the time to find your final preparations in the home and get where you're going to be to ride out the core of this very dangerous Category 3 hurricane.
Yeah, and that's really what these are meant for. They are meant to really tell you, look, this is going to be like almost a tornado, is what it, and that's kind of what it sounds like. As somebody who's been through this, and Matt, I know you've been through these. Prior to when the extreme wind warning was really a thing, since this is actually a newer alert type that was only really implemented in the last 5 to 6 years. So a lot of people may not have experience with this yet. They may have never heard of it yet. It's not a fun time. So I'm watching the Perry cam to see if we can pick up when that really starts coming in there. Because I'm assuming that it's going too soon, and I'm wondering if the cell networks will still hold as this goes through those more populated areas up there. But I wanted to kind of look at this graphic that was going around yesterday, and it was something that was pushed out by the National Weather Service, WFO, up there in Tallahassee. That talks about this really being an unprecedented event. And, it says here, if you want to know how many major hurricanes have ever entered Appalachia Bay, the answer is 0. So literally this has never happened on record. And those date back to 1850s that, a major hurricane has never went through Appalachia Bay. So this event is truthfully unprecedented, which is kind of interesting since Florida is, well known for hurricanes, right? And to say that we have a portion of our coastline that this is an unprecedented event is truly, it blows my mind.
Yeah. I You're right. You think that every part of the coast of Florida has dealt with this at some point, except, especially with a major hurricane, except for the Big Bend of Florida. It speaks to just how rare these conditions are. The atmospherics of, you have a high pressure nosing in from the deep tropics. You have the low pressure from Franklin, and you have a weak upper trough off to the west that's kind of created this alleyway for Idalia to move to the northeast, and everything had to line up just right for it to get to this part of the Florida Big Bend. And these people have lived generations without having to deal with a major hurricane. They've had to deal with hurricanes, but they've not had to deal with them this strong. So yeah, to see that 0 there yesterday was very rare. It was if that's not going to jar you to get out, then I don't know if much else would. And we just gotten word that landfall was called at 7:45 Eastern Time at Keaton Beach, 125 miles an hour. So Idalia is now onshore. The strengthening process is over. It is now all about what it does from here on. And we're still going to be dealing with surge along the west coast of Florida through the rest of the day. And we're going to be dealing with significant inland impacts as well. Hurricane warnings go all the way up into Georgia for this, and then they also go up into South Carolina as well. This is going to stay a hurricane all the way to the South Carolina coast, traversing inland. I don't recall seeing that before.
Yeah, I can't really say that I have either. I know that we've had hurricanes in the past that have hit the Gulf Coast that go up into the Carolinas as like a category 2 or 1, but not that are over land. And it really just goes to show you the strength of this system and how it's really going to keep its wits about it, per se, as it continues inland. So you're looking at areas like Valdosta, Waycross, and Woodbine in Georgia as well. Up into the Savannah area, Charleston, and then up into the Myrtle Beach, Wilmington areas. So this isn't over just because it's made landfall. Now we actually have to deal with the inland effects and going on from there. So I do want to take a minute. So they're having tornado warnings being issued in Georgia right now associated with this. So just to give people an idea, we have the leading edge of the precipitation shield near Augusta and Charleston. So the same weather that's affecting Charleston, South Carolina is affecting Fort Myers, Florida. Just to put that in perspective, how large this circulation actually is. And we saw these on the we're getting that dry air intrusion on the eastern side of the storm, but we saw these yesterday, the possibility, at least in the high resolution models, of these little fingers, these little precip tails that are just coming up out of the Gulf and feeding that moisture up into the circulation. And that's what you're seeing in this southwesterly flow from about Tarpon Springs down to Cape Coral. It's almost like a little atmospheric river, so to speak, that's just pushing all that moisture up and around the front side of the circulation.
Yeah, absolutely. And then on the back side as well, we're gonna have a stationary front. There's a boundary in that area as well that's going to really focus the rain. And I think the folks at the Weather Prediction Center who put out the rainfall forecast really have nailed that forecast basically since Sunday night of where the heaviest rain is going to be, and it's going to be along and east of Interstate 95 here, not along and east of Interstate 95 because then it would be offshore. Let's try that again. Along and east of Interstate 75 there in eastern Georgia and into the South Carolina and downstate of North Carolina. So this is going to be, just because we got this on land, we can put the strengthening chapter to an end, but now the inland impacts and the residual impacts from the surge are going to start to be felt here over the next 4 to 6 hours. And so it's it just goes to show hurricanes have never been and never will be just a point on the map.
Absolutely. And that's one thing that a lot of people, they always say, well, where is it going? Truthfully, there isn't an it. It's where is all of this massive rain and, problems going to affect first. So I do want to look at the NWS tropical weather page real quick to see if I can bring up some of those risks. I can get it to work for me. Give me one moment. All right, there we go. Try to make this a wee bit bigger for folks that are looking in on stream, so that way it's a little bit more readable. So this is the National Weather Service Southern Region Tropical webpage, and this really gives you your area's information regarding the storm. It breaks it down by the type of threat and what you can expect. So now I do just want to point out that they are looking at the possibility of some pretty decent surge along the South Carolina coast from about Georgetown down, and this goes the whole way to the Florida-Georgia border at the St. Mary's River.
I had not seen that.
Yeah,
Excuse me, I was trying to finish.
No,
I'm trying to finish breakfast here. I had not seen that. What are we looking at on the surge forecast there?
Above 3 feet, so somewhere between 2 to 4 feet.
Oh wow! Okay,
and that goes from the mouth of the St. Mary's River up to just north of Mount Pleasant, South Carolina.
Okay.
And then, slightly less there, and then some more along those inner banks of Pamlico Sound, and Albemarle Sound in North Carolina, with that onshore flow as I don't know. Let me see if I can bring up the National Hurricane Center's. Actually, I got a better idea. Let's use our interactive tracking map. So yeah, so if you take the center line for granted, then you're gonna have it stay actually just onshore. And it will be still a Category 2 in southern Georgia, and then a tropical storm, a strong tropical storm, minimal hurricane over South Carolina. So this is really going to be a long event, and it just goes to show, the speed at which this system is moving, and we kind of talked about that from the beginning.
Yeah, we did, and it's as we talked about, it's kind of caught up between a trough to the west and what's going on with Franklin off to the east. It's quite remarkable to see how one system will impact another. And you were talking about Pamlico and Albemarle Sounds there just a minute ago, with Idalia making the bend back out over open water. I think that point is it'll be tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow morning and tomorrow afternoon. That's going to, on the back side, that's going to shove that water from the sound side all the way to the land. So New Bern up toward Greenville and places like that, Elizabeth City, Windsor, Columbia, Williamston, places that have flooded in the past with these storms that have moved just to the south of Hatteras may very well flood again, because the sounds are going to be shoved, because the wind is going to be shoving the sound water back up river.
Right. So I do want to kind of go over really quick as well. Finally got some more information on the landfall. So they are calling this as a landfall as a 125 Category 3, with a pressure of 949. So still absolutely absolutely insane. I am being told by Mark we should have a look at the Steinhatchee cam. So let's go ahead and pull that up. Where are we at here?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Wow. So you're really starting to see that come in there. You can actually see the water being pushed in up that river there. And this is in Steenhatchee. This is on one of the bridges over the river there, I believe. And right now I want to look at, you look at their pressure as 994, gusts at 42. They actually, it says, according to the information from our weather station there, but it hasn't updated in a minute. I don't know what's going on there. But you can see the water really starting to rush in there. That's actually
Yeah.
kind of insane.
Yeah. And that is a remarkable image of seeing the power of that water. That's not a slow moving current.
No.
That is taking stuff from this dock area and
I
going with
also
it.
want to look at, Matt, look at the Axis cam. We have water in that tiki bar on camera. So you are looking, if you're watching on stream, this is in the low-key hideaway tiki bar on Cedar Key. We are in the building here, and you can see the water has come into the building.
Yeah.
That is absolutely remarkable. And you can see the wave action as it pushes into the building. It's very strange, to see just, the normal stuff that's there. And then you have waves.
Yeah. And you brought this up earlier, and I think we just keep this shot up here for a little bit. You talked about this earlier, made a great point that storm surge just doesn't come up. It's also the waves on top of it as well. So these dock doors, and I don't know if this is a garage door or if these are actual like windows, but these windows, I know some of them have blown out below where the water is coming in, but those
Right.
other windows may not be there much longer either as this water continues to rise. Right now, we're only at 6 feet. In the tropical cyclone landfall statement from the National Hurricane Center, they measured the surge at Cedar Key at 6 feet, and it is continuing to rapidly rise. So we may add another 6 to 10 feet here, quite possibly over the next little while. We have not dealt with the biggest push of water yet from this hurricane. It has not happened.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely agreed. And that's not going to happen until this goes by. I think we've lost the Perry cam in terms of the connectivity, which it wouldn't surprise me as that eyewall pushes through. It's directly over the city of Perry now. So they are in the northern eyewall. There is a ton of lightning in the northern eyewall I'm seeing here on radar. And just trying to sample some of the winds here, I got 123, 121, so 127.5. And this is right over those southern edges of the town of Perry. So they are seeing really the full force of the front eyewall of this Category 3. And I know it's not a fun time there right now, but you're going to get through it. It's going to be loud. It's going to be a little unnerving for a bit. But I think that Mark is going to be in great position. He is currently somewhere around about 18 miles from that leading edge of the eye wall. So when that happens, we'll take his shot live. So within the next hour, he should be in that northern eye wall.
I can actually, I'm using Radar Omega, and it gives me the ability to track the eye wall or to do like a storm track. So we're actually going to be able to do this, and I can give Mark some lead time as to how long. Take that up to the Florida border, and we'll go 20 miles an hour. That is going to get to Mark by 9 a.m.
Wow.
So Mark, you have 1 hour. 1 hour, and it will be there. You will be in the northern and then western eye wall. So Mark, if you're listening, you have 1 hour.
Yeah, I mean, and I also want to go back and look at this in Steenhatchee. That is absolutely remarkable, the current there with which the water's being pushed up river.
Yeah.
Just wow. Um, that is absolutely insane. And I believe this camera is over the bridge that leads into town there. I'm not 100% sure. Trying to find. Yeah, I think there's only one bridge that crosses the river into Steenhatchee, and that would be where this camera would be located. Um, just wow, absolutely remarkable. And there's people driving around out there. I can see them. Obviously, you don't want to get too close to this water as the water begins to really ramp up and rise up. Um, just wow.
Yeah. And this is water, and I don't know if I want I probably will speak out of turn here. Somebody will correct us in the comments on YouTube, or we'll find out from somebody on our Discord channel. But this may actually be water being pushed from the Gulf back up the river, and if that's the case, that is really remarkable. That we're watching
Yeah,
this
I think
much
that's
force
exactly
being
what's
shoved up
happening.
the river. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe this camera is looking back into town, which would be facing to the almost due north, and the river runs roughly east-west in this little bit before it bends back up north once it passes town. So we would be watching water pouring in from the Gulf going west to east.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, that's insane. Um,
Yeah. Let's go back to the
wow.
Perry cam if we can. They are
Let me see
still
if
in
I
the
can
eye
pull it
wall
up.
here. And
It's still almost like a still image. Let me see if I can get it to.
yeah. And they are
Mm,
still in the eye wall. I'm looking at some other chaser accounts of what's going on there, and the pressure is plummeting down to the mid 950s already,
wow.
and they still have a little bit to go there in Perry.
Yeah, this
As,
camera
as
is paused.
okay, yeah, it keeps. I'm looking at a still image as well, so I wonder if we may be having some cell network issues. But going back to this tiki bar cam in Cedar Key, if you want the power of water, this water continues to rise. When we looked at this camera not even 5 minutes ago, you could still see some room, about a foot of room from where that window was, from where the breaks in the windows were. Now it looks like it has come up probably another 6 inches,
Yep.
and we're still rising. And it looked like, and I saw the video of them putting up the camera the other night. This looks like a pretty cool bar. This looks like a very quaint bar. Lots of cool stuff in there, and it's going to be a shame to see all of what the water does with this bar here over the next little while. I am a little well. I think this camera may go underwater, and I
I
think
believe it
this is
will.
probably yeah. I think it will. But if it does, it'll still keep recording because it's going to record to the cloud. But
Yep.
yeah, this water is just taking no prisoners. This is it's powerful to watch, and at the same
Absolutely.
time it's sad. At the same time it's sad because these are people's livelihoods. This is what people come to Florida because it's warm year round, and it's
Yep.
a laid back nature, and yeah, you deal with this stuff, but you don't. These people have, yeah, they've dealt with storms before, but the last time they dealt with this was a storm that was barely a hurricane in Hermine back in
Right.
2017, and now you're dealing with something that is magnitudes worse, and it's just heartbreaking to see the power of the water and what it's and what it's taking back here.
Absolutely. You know, it's funny because not funny, but it's ironic. First time I ever met Mark was in Cedar Key during Tropical Storm Nestor. And I had never been to Cedar Key before. And if you've never been to Cedar Key, it is the epitome of old Florida. It sits out on this little barrier island through through the causeway that you go out, you know, it's just swamp, it's mangrove marsh. And then you get onto the island and it's like an old pirate village. It's very quaint, very nice, very laid back. It is, you know, some place that I had told my fiance, you know, I want to take you there. Well, it's going to be a little while at this point because these
Yeah.
folks are going to have to literally rebuild once this storm surge comes out there. And, you know, somebody had posted, you know, a worst case scenario graphic yesterday on Twitter that we had talked about last night. You know, what happens when the worst case scenario, and essentially this island ceases to exist. It just goes underwater. And you're seeing that, and you're seeing why, you know, when we ask people to evacuate our barrier islands, you get this overwash. And this is why. This is what happens. Um, I actually want to bring up the regular Cedar Key cam for a second because I think that's a tire floating by, like a wheelbarrow tire, and then you have other stuff in the water there. Um, I can't really identify what those objects are, but you know, you have large objects that are just floating in the water that have been dislodged by this surge. So you know that there's damage already from that.
Yes. Yes, and we can take actually the we have 3 different cameras here in Cedar, 4 different cameras here in Cedar Key, and we can take the Second and B Street camera. I don't know if it's still online anymore.
I have it up. Yes, there is
Okay.
movement.
Then okay. Now you can look at this is actually in Cedar Key, and again we're
Looks like
talking
we
about
just lost
damage.
it.
Okay,
Yeah,
and
it's paused, but this is the last image we have from there.
yeah, and remember, as we go through this coverage, you know, the water is also impacting the cell networks as well. So we're going to do our best with the back end team to kind of give these cameras a kick and see if it's the cell network or if it's, you know, water getting in here. But
I want to
this
take a look at
is
this Steenhatchee cam. Look, that
yeah.
building that was there, it's almost underwater now. I don't know
Oh
whether that was
wow.
floating. So that water has already come up and submerged the bank, and you're seeing this in real time. This isn't
Yeah.
sped up. This is happening live right now in real time.
Yeah. That is that's incredible.
We
And
have the
I would
carry
just
cam back. It's in the core.
oh
Just dropped again, but there you see the lightning of the sky there. It's coming in and out, and that's the cell network. So what you guys are seeing there is it's finally into the eye, and the eye is clouded over, which we expected at this point. But the last few moments of video, it started really calming down there. I'm looking around to see if I can see any structural damage, and surprisingly, you know, that canopy is still there on that Marathon gas station. Um, it usually doesn't take much for those to get shredded off. So I'm
yeah.
wondering if this was before the core came in or not, now that I think about it. Um, hmm,
Yeah. Um Not
just
entirely sure on that, but
absolutely remarkable. Yeah,
yeah.
I'm gonna leave the Cedar or the Steenhatchee cam up. That is just remarkable. Wow. And
Yeah.
I'm gonna monitor this camera from the Tiki Bar there in Cedar Key as well, as we kind of just let folks take in, you know, what we're seeing on that Steenhatchee cam. I mean, it's just remarkable. I'm gonna go ahead and
Yeah.
take down the weather data because it doesn't look to be updating. Um,
Yeah.
just to kind of give us a little bit more of a, you know.
Okay. And while you're doing that, let's update everybody on where we're at. We have
Mhm.
um, another extreme wind warning issued, and I'll go back and I'll find the others here in just a moment. But the Weather Service in Tallahassee has now issued a new extreme wind warning for north central Taylor and Madison counties until 11:15. At 8:08 a.m., National Weather Service Doppler radar and surface observations indicated extreme winds associated with the eyewall of Hurricane Idalia, 9 miles east of Perry, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. Some locations impacted include Madison, Lee, Lake Bird, Mosley Hall, Hopewell, Cherry Lake, Hamburg, Hanson, Panetta, and Shady Grove, as well as motorists along Interstate 10. So we can go back here to the radar that I was using just a minute ago to kind of track this eye wall, and we'll give it a 35 mile an hour movement. And I was tracking it at 20 miles an hour because that was the forward speed of the storm, but it looks like Mark has about 25 minutes. 7:35 is when that eye wall is going to get to his location in Madison along I-10. So Mark, I said you had an hour earlier. That was at 20 miles an hour. At 35, you now have about 25 minutes before all hell breaks loose there on Interstate 10, for lack of a better phrase, there. So, so we'll go back and again, that extreme wind warning is in effect until 11:15. There are other extreme wind warnings in effect for Lafayette, North Central Dixie, and Northeastern Taylor counties until 10:15 Eastern Time. And then we also have another extreme wind warning that is in effect for Dixie and Taylor counties, and those go into for a little bit later this morning as well. So that goes until 9:15. So several extreme wind warnings out, and the Weather Service are using these extreme wind warnings as kind of a last get where you're going to be. If you're at home, get into the most interior portion of the house. Shelter as if you would for a tornado with these extreme wind warnings. You want as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Don't worry about northeast or southwest corners of the house. Forget about that. This is the most interior portion of the house. Bathroom, closet. Get mattresses. Put helmets on. Make sure you have hard-soled shoes. Things of that nature. That's what we tell people out here in the plains, how to shelter for tornadoes. Tornadoes still happen in Florida, and extreme winds from hurricanes are very similar to tornadoes. It doesn't matter if it's rotating or if it's going in a straight line. Wind is wind, and you need to protect yourself by getting essentially located in the house or building that you're in as much as possible. So several extreme wind warnings are in effect here, and it'll be interesting to see just how long these wind warnings are going to continue north past I-10, because at some point we're going to begin to get a reduction of the wind here, and that may have already started to happen. But so far, I have not seen, CJ, and maybe you have, I have not seen an observation of winds over 100 miles an hour yet. But this is a sparsely populated area of the coast where there's not a lot of human observations.
Right. And I have not, I can tell you that from Tallahassee's radar, I'm sampling winds in excess of 100 with the radar, and that's about 3.9, almost 4,000 feet, we'll call it above ground level. Excuse me. So I do believe that we could be seeing that on the ground. There's nothing that would make me think otherwise. I think as we get this up towards where Mark is, that's going to be a definitive not. I do want to point out on that steam hatchie cam, oh, there's a boat. There goes two boats.
There goes the boat.
No, there goes a lot of boats. Looks like a
Wow.
marina there has dislodged. We've already lost that building. And the Perry cam is rocking and rolling. We got it back. I can see it live, and it is still in the eye wall. There's a lot kind of going on, and we knew this as this storm came in. So now that those boats have floated past, let me show. Did we lose it again?
Nope.
Of course. No, I'm talking about the Perry cam. It paused. Oh, there it goes. So it's coming in and out. I think because I've noticed some folks have said that it wasn't having issues on their end. But I think that we're getting pauses in and out, and that could be the connection from our streaming software here. But just absolutely remarkable. I can tell you from living through it, Perry is not having a good time, but Steenhatchee, just wow. We watched those boats go right past the camera. And that water's still coming up, Matt. That water is still rising.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
And look at the violent eddies in that current just behind it. Looks like one of the actual bridge supports there that goes down into the water.
Oh
You
yeah.
can see those
Yeah.
eddies. So this current, and this goes to show, why they say it's unsurvivable. The wind you can survive. You can't survive being taken under by these strong currents. Even some of the strongest Olympic swimmers have problems fighting river currents.
Yes. And that palm tree is probably the palm tree in center right
Yep.
of this screen here is probably 12 feet. So
Mhm.
we're probably talking about a surge here of 5 to 6 feet and still rising rapidly.
Mhm.
Like we've lost the floating dock or the building. We've definitely
Yeah.
lost the floating dock, the building. We've seen a boat roll by, several boats. This is nuts. I don't think I've seen this live, and this is a new experience for me of watching it live.
There's
Where
some more large debris. I think
yeah,
that's a shed.
that might be might be.
Or a piece of a dock. And see, this is also what we're talking about. You have these on these rivers, you may not have the wave action, but you have the current action. And man, is that powerful. As somebody who grew up by rivers my whole life, I can tell you firsthand the power of that flowing water is absolutely insane. And all of that wave energy is being translated to now a central channel. There's some more large debris. I don't know
Oh
what that
man,
is.
that's another dock. That's the
There's a
third.
building.
That's a third. That's a dock and a boat going together. See you later.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
My goodness.
I don't mean to make jokes in light of this. I mean, because this is a very serious situation, but I almost feel like, that scene from Twister where they're like, what is that? That's what this feels
Yes.
like. Just looking at what is, and this is not small debris. These are huge pieces of debris, and those are going to hit. I'm pretty sure they're going to get stuck on some of these, these trees. Uh, wow, just absolutely remarkable.
Wow. I don't like I said, this is a brand new experience for me watching this in real time, watching storm surge in real time. And I just want to say here, and this is a plug for the project. If you're watching this and you have not signed up for our Patreon and you have not become part of this project, what are you waiting for? This is what we do. This is Mark's Super Bowl, and there are many different resources out there. He's got 2 weather stations, all kinds of pressure sensors, all kinds of cameras to bring you this kind of visualization of the power of nature, and we're watching it unfold here firsthand, where you're watching storm surge dislodge whole docks. Here comes another large piece of debris floating from screen left to screen right.
Yep.
And we've seen 2 or 3 docks float by with boats. We've seen boats by themselves float by, and again, we're just now getting into the biggest push of water, because in this part of the coast, we're dealing with winds that the big push of water comes with an optimal west, southwest to west wind.
Yep.
So with the system making landfall now just north of there and around Perry, we're going to get this west push of wind here over the next maybe 4 to 6 hours. and we're at low tide here, and the low tide that's coming in when we have high tide later this afternoon will not be able to go out. So we're going to essentially keep this water shoved in here for a while, and that's what storm surge does. It's not a quick up and down. This is a long drawn out process that does not necessarily happen when the storm makes landfall. It does happen at some points when that happens, like with Jim Cantori and Katrina, when the eyewall rolled in, the water rolled in. It was almost simultaneous, it felt like. This is different. The landfall has already happened, and now you're getting the bigger push of water in this part of the coast. And we're going to see this all the way down to St. Pete, where they're having a record surge, or a forecasted record surge of 4 to 6 feet. Further up the coast,
I had heard this morning that they're now forecasting about 6.5 feet above normal level is what they're saying it's going to be. And that will be a record surge for Tampa Bay. Last I had seen, and I'm going to take a look really quick here. I want to see if I can see any photos. Real quick. I do want to say locally here in Sarasota, I see photos from our county government. This was 7:58 of the water in, I don't know, for those of you that know Siesta Beach, hold on one second. I'm going to actually I'm going to go ahead and repost this, and I'll bring it up on screen here in a moment. So for those of you that know Sarasota, that know the Sarasota Bradenton Metro, you know Siesta Beach has a very wide, we're noted as having an extremely wide expanse of beach. And the water is almost at the dunes. Wow. Which is quite, because the beach is normally several hundred, over 2 or 3 football fields away from the road there, where this is taking place. Let's see if I can bring it up here. Yeah, here we are. The water is almost it's at the dunes. So there's, you can see the lifeguard stand, and the water normally begins about 50 yards beyond that. So this is that 2 to 3 feet of storm surge that you can experience down here. We're seeing it in action. It would not surprise me if you have the bayfront underwater there as well.
Oh, wow.
So,
yeah,
I mean, so you're seeing that's almost 400 miles away as the crow flies. That's the difference that we're talking about. And still, that's still a large water rise. And like you said, to your point on the tides, this is going into a low tide cycle. The tide is receding, and we haven't reached our highest tide yet. The king tide, the highest astronomical tide of the day, is going to be this afternoon into this evening for the west coast of Florida. So we aren't seeing the highest water levels yet. And that's quite concerning.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, that water is not going to be able to come out. The water that goes in won't be able to come out until we get that wind to shift to a northwest direction and blow it offshore and blow that water out. So who knows when we're going to be able to get that water out. It'll probably be this evening, maybe tonight when that happens. But until then, that water's just going to sit and fester there, and we're going to have another tide cycle to get through before that happens. It does look like, let's go back to the Perry cam if we can. I know it's,
I just pulled it up.
We're rocking and rolling with that, and it looks like you may be able to see just a little bit down the highway here in Perry, where
they're
we've
still in that eye wall.
Yeah, they're still getting raked in the eye wall, but it doesn't look as gnarly as it did even 5 minutes ago when I looked at this camera. It looks like it's calmed down just a little bit.
And I'm keeping an eye on the vehicle cam. So for those of you watching along on stream, up in your top right corner, you'll see the vehicle cam. That is where Mark is. He is about on screen. If I can pull up the map for a second here. If I go to radar scope here, I can use my rudimentary telestration skills to kind of point out he is roughly in this vicinity here. So he is about to start experiencing the northern eye wall. The northern part of that eye wall is already over Interstate 10 in Madison County. And it's moving pretty quickly along. That's the benefit. I will say, for those of you in Perry, this sucks. I'm going to be blatantly honest. It is terrible. But luckily, you will get out of this soon. It is not a fun experience. I've been there, done that for 5.5 hours before. I don't envy your position one bit. I empathize with those folks because it is a scary ride through the eye wall of a major hurricane, especially when you get stuck in the eye wall and you don't get the reprieve of the calm of the eye. It is not fun. And, conversely, on the opposite side, while there may not be a lot of precipitation in this eastern eye wall, which it looks like, because this was undergoing an eye wall replacement cycle, and I'm going to be blatantly honest, thank God this didn't complete before it came on shore. Because I'll tell you, when I saw that with Ian, when I woke up in the morning and I saw that 50-mile wide eye, me and everybody else on this coastline collectively held our breaths for a second. Because that's terrifying, but at least this will get through very quickly. And you can see where that southern eye wall was attempting to really reorganize there before it started falling apart. And Steinhatchee is about to be impacted by that. That little periphery there. So while there may not be a ton of rain on the backside, there's still going to be very strong winds.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it still look like there's lightning.
Yeah, in the northern and northeastern eye wall. Yeah, there's depending on where Mark's position is, and I don't.
He is
have
just
that yet.
entering the northern eye wall. He is on State Road 53. There's an Exxon right off of Interstate 10 there. He is just about to enter the eye wall. I am taking the vehicle cam full, and we're going to go back and forth between that and the Steinhatchee cam, as well as our Cedar Key cams. But you can, oh wow, look at all the tankers that are held up there. That's kind of worrisome for those folks in those tanker trucks and those different semis. But here we are. So you can see there on that mobile station how they've saran wrapped all the gas pumps together, and some of you may be wondering, well, why do they plastic wrap? It's so that way those don't fly off in the wind. I think we're gonna see that canopy get shredded apart if these winds are still packing enough of a punch as this kind of rolls through there.
Yeah, and there may be I don't know if Mark's going to get out of that eye wall. Once he gets into it, I think he's going to have to go through the north, west, and south eye walls before he comes out, which means it's going to be a long ride for him. But he's a pro. He's done this many, many years. So, it's going to be a bit of a ride there along Interstate 10 at Highway 53 there for him here over the next few minutes as that eye wall continues to move from Perry up to Madison now along Interstate 10. And that area is covered with extreme wind warnings here this morning. So
Mark
again,
is not going to be rejoining us, us on stream. He just said he's going to be watching, and I would prefer for his safety he watches what's going on. Like you said, he knows what he's doing, so he's going to need his undivided attention, because for those of you that have never been through the eye of a major hurricane, it's intense. And you see that on the Perry cam, what that, well, not anymore, but what it does look like is a whole lot of rain. It rains harder than it will ever rain ever again in your life, most likely. And it's a whiteout. It's almost like a blizzard. You can't see 50 feet in front of you because it is pouring so hard, and the wind is whipping, and it's, it's very intense. So you need to have your wits about you, because if you don't, then you can have a piece of sheet metal fly through your car's window or hit you. And that's the last thing that we need, is any of our team in danger. I don't know where Brent is positioned this morning. I have to imagine he's not far from this area at this time. I'm trying to see what's going on. Okay, so just to let people know, so I know that the Ringling Causeway, or not the Ringling, the Courtney Campbell Causeway, the eastbound into Tampa is closed. I also want to let people know that here in Sarasota County, both of the John Ringling Bridge and the Siesta Key bridges are closed. In Pinellas County, you cannot get out onto the barrier islands. Those are closed because of storm surge. I'm trying to get some more information. Okay, where Tampa Bay meets, this is from Jeff Biradelli, who is a good friend of the project, who works at WFLA here in Tampa. Tampa Bay meets downtown St. Pete waterfront. Over 4.7 feet of storm surge in downtown St. Petersburg. I want to see if I can bring that up really quick just to see what we're seeing there. And yeah, I mean, you're not seeing much just because of where this is at. It's a bit, so to give people an idea, this is on the St. Pete riverfront at the marina. What you see in the background there is the Albert Whitted Airport control tower. That's where they fly a lot of the Coast Guard in and out of. So this area is actually kind of protected from the bay a little bit, but that's still, I mean, the water's over there. This is definitely more than we saw in Ada already. So this is already a big deal. I want to go back to Steenhatchee for a second, because just wow. So why don't we take a second here, Matt? You want to reset us for a moment, because we're approaching about the hour mark that we've been on the stream, and I'll go ahead and go through and just kind of cycle through these live cams to see what we're dealing with.
Yeah. Well, let's go ahead and get everybody caught up on what has happened here. We've had landfall of Category 3 hurricane Idalia. Made landfall at about 7:45 Eastern time this morning, 6:45 Central, at around Keaton Beach there in southern Taylor County, Florida, with winds of 125 miles an hour and a pressure of 949 millibars. We have several extreme wind warnings that are in effect. And if you're in the Tallahassee Weather Service Forecast Office service area, you'll know these counties really well. But essentially, Taylor and Madison counties in Florida, an extreme wind warning until 11:15 for life-threatening winds over 100 miles an hour. We also have another extreme wind warning that is in effect for Lafayette, North Central Dixie, and northeastern Taylor counties till 10:15, and then one final extreme wind warning that is in effect for portions of western Dixie and southern Taylor counties until 9:15 and it's 8:35 Eastern time. So about another 40 minutes to go on that extreme wind warning, the first one of the event issued by the Weather Service Office out of Tallahassee. We've seen some remarkable footage this morning on our cameras. The camera in Perry has gone through the eye wall, still in the eye wall of Idalia. Mark is about to get into the eye wall. He may not come out of the eye wall completely until the actual eye wall moves past his location. We've had boats and docks and other stuff float by on the Steenhatchee cam. That has been remarkable. We have water inundating Cedar Key this morning. There's at least 6 feet of water there on the Cedar Key cam. We've seen if you've been with us for most of the night or the morning, there was a Cadillac that was sitting in the street, and now that is gone, probably thanks to 6 to 8 feet of water. We have a camera in a tiki bar there on Cedar Key, and water is getting into the upper end of to the middle part of the first level there of the tiki bar, and it is rocking and rolling there as well. Waves crashing on that, and water continues to be very elevated there in Cedar Key, as you would expect with the storm system making landfall to the north. We're just now entering the phase where we're going to get the strongest winds from this event. So you can see Mark getting his GoPro set up there as he's getting ready to ride out this eyewall there at
Yes,
the
and I just
Exxon
spoke with
station.
him.
Yeah.
He is going to stay put because he wants to be there as the eyewall collapses. Real quick update on power outages in the state. There are approximately 169,000 plus customers without a power currently within the state. Obviously, that's going to be, focused in the area around landfall. You have the majority of Taylor and Dixie counties that are completely without power. I'm going to assume that almost the entire counties will be without power, but don't discount further down, even down as far as Charlotte. You have in Charlotte County almost 3,000 people without power. In Sarasota County, almost 7,000. In Manatee County, almost 3,700. In Hillsborough, approximately 4,000. And in Pinellas, about 21,000 people are without power. So obviously,
And
you're going to
remember,
see that in areas, especially where you have predominantly above ground power lines. I do real quick, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, Matt. I know you were on a
you're
roll
good.
there, but I want to point
You're good.
people at the screen here for a second. What you're looking at is the view inside of a tiki bar that the owner was gracious enough to the project to allow us to place a camera inside their establishment as the surge rolls in, and that has now reached bar height. So when you go to a bar about how high a bar is, and beyond that this building is several feet above the ground on stilts, and it's already knocking stuff off the bar.
Wow. Yeah,
And then
we're probably. You said that this was that the bar itself was up on stilts?
I believe so. I believe it's like 2 or 3 feet.
Okay.
Just
Wow.
looking
So
back
we're
off of
probably 7 or 8 feet at least.
probably that's going to be my guess, is right there. And I believe this is on the back side of Cedar Key. I don't believe this is the actual Gulf side. I believe this is the back side of the island. I'm not 100% sure where this is. I'm also going to take Mark's camera full because, like we said, he is about to go through the eye wall. And just absolutely amazing, that we can do this in real time. And the best part is we don't have to put our people in harm's way. That's the best
Right.
out of this. Anybody that has rode out one of these major hurricanes will tell you it is absolutely the most terrifying thing you'll ever do in your life. It is not a fun
Yes.
experience. I can assure you of that. 10 out of 10 would not recommend. For those of us that live in Florida, it's going to happen. It's part of life here. But when you're on the coast in areas like Steenhatchee, which you'll see on stream now, you know, I wouldn't be there. If that
No.
was me, I would not be there. And I'm seeing headlights, I think, in the background. I can't tell if that's what I was seeing there through the trees, but just in the hour that we have been here, look at how high that water has risen.
There was a building there earlier and that water was midway through the building. That building does
Yeah.
not exist anymore. It is gone. The
And I'm
water has
looking
taken
at
it and gone.
right, and I'm looking at that looks like a playground in the background to your left. See the red,
Yeah.
those I think those are swings. So I'm using that as a reference point to kind of see how far up the water rises, and I'm wondering if it'll make it to that fence. And this is a river. I want to be very clear. This is not the Gulf of Mexico. This is not a bay. This is where a river meets the coastline. I don't know precisely what river that is in Steenhatchee. I'm
It
sure
might
that
be.
folks in the comments will let us know.
I'm pretty sure it's the Steenhatchee River.
But wow.
If I'm looking at that right, and I'll have to pull up Google Maps, but I'm reasonably sure that is the Steenhatchee River.
Yeah, I'm gonna look right now on Google Maps. Yes, it is the Steenhatchee River.
Okay.
So, I mean, you're looking at, and this is the problem. And don't forget, we're having heavy rainfall. So not only is this pushing in what you're seeing there, the river will normally flow from right to left on screen, not left to right. The Gulf is
Mhm.
to our left, the inland portions are on our right. So all of that water that's coming down from this rain that has to drain is going to also pile up, and that's a problem.
Yeah, and you're also getting the push from the Gulf, which is taking the water from the river that's trying to come out, and
Hmm.
it's essentially turning the flow around. We're reversing the flow because of the prevailing wind from the Gulf of
Hmm.
Mexico now onshore. So this river is actually flowing back upstream, where it
Right.
was actually flowing back out toward the Gulf. Now we've reversed that. Um, we've reversed that flow, and it looks like they're getting back into another uh, squall there in Steenhatchee. I don't know if they ever got out of the wind, but they're now throwing the rain back into it here again. So um, I don't know how
Right.
much more we have left to go here with the surge taking stuff, but I haven't seen any big pieces of, like we saw
Yeah.
3 or 4 docks and boats float by here recently. I haven't seen that in some time.
And I'm going to be honest with you, Matt. I don't know whether that should be comforting or concerning.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm the same way.
and I feel for the people up here. My thoughts, prayers are with my neighbors to the north, here in the state of Florida. You're gonna get through this. We're gonna get you through this. In that, Florida, that's one thing. It's sad that it takes a disaster to bring people together, but that's something I remember from Ian that I'll never forget is how our community banded together and we got through it. And that's something that this area of the state is more sparsely populated. It's more of that small town feel. And Matt, you know what it's like out in the small towns there in Kansas. It's the same thing here and across the country, really. We band together. That's who we are as people. And I know that's going to happen up there. The people that live up there love it there, and they rightfully should. It is one of the most pristine and most untouched parts of Florida that still is that old Florida vibe that, when you think of Florida, you get your stereotypical head in there, not just Florida man, but, that laid back, relaxed, beachy lifestyle. That's what this region of the state is known for. And it'll come back. I do
Yeah.
believe it will come back. So I'm going to go ahead and real quick take the browser full because I want to go through some things I was seeing on Twitter, that I reposted so I could bring them up. So this is from the city of Sarasota. We have flooding in downtown Sarasota. This is a video. This is well away, um, from the water. This is right at the corner of Gulf Stream and that intersection right before you go across the Ringling Causeway to Lido Key and St. Armand's Key. So this is what, the flooding looks like currently in downtown Sarasota. There is water on the roads. To the right there is the bayfront. You see the Sarasota Police Department patrol vehicle that is sitting there on, this is Ringling Causeway. They're blocking traffic for obvious reasons. We don't want people down there right now. This video from user Volcaholic, this is Bayshore Boulevard in Tampa. I don't know when this was taken, but this was this morning. This is Tampa, and that's the bay. That is Hillsborough Bay as it pushes over Bayshore Boulevard. That was this morning. Just remarkable footage that I personally have never seen. I've lived here almost 10 years. I have frequented Bayshore Boulevard. So many of you that are from the Tampa Bay area know it's a huge place, to go walking, jogging, take your dogs. For Gasparilla, the parades are held here, and that's where, we're looking at there. Going down the list here, we have from Jeff Birardelli again, we have 5.7 feet of surge on the East Bay, on the north side of Hillsborough Bay near downtown Tampa. This is Channel Islands right now. And
Wow.
that's downtown Tampa. You can see Channel Side to the left in the distance. Just remarkable. And then going down, this is Bayshore Boulevard. This was 10 minutes ago. That is Bayshore Boulevard. I just,
Goodness.
yeah, this has not happened in recent memory. Bayshore does flood, not like this, not usually anywhere like this.
Wow.
And again, I don't want to discount what's going on up in the Panhandle. It's just that, there's so much more population in the Tampa Bay area that, there's going to be, just by sheer numbers, more people impacted. And another thing I want to bring up was this post from who is this? Jake Karstens. Idalia is the 8th major hurricane to make landfall on the U.S. coastline in the Gulf of Mexico in the last 7 years, or the 8th major hurricane to make landfall in the continental U.S. in the past 7 years. All of those
Gee,
landfalls have been on the Gulf Coast.
my gosh. Isn't that weird? Like
We didn't have a
how
major
long did
hurricane for 11 years. We went from Wilma
yeah.
to Harvey. So you're talking from 2005 to 2017, and then just in 7 years, we've had 8. And
And you
4
think
of those
about this.
alone have been in Florida, and 3 have been in Louisiana.
Yeah, and think about this. And you may want to pull that graphic back up again in full.
Mm-hmm.
Harvey rapidly intensified. Laura
Mm-hmm.
rapidly intensified. Ida rapidly intensified. Zeta rapidly intensified. Michael, Idalia, Ian, Irma. Well, Irma didn't really rapidly
No,
intensify
but
on approach,
the
but
rest of them did.
7 of those 8 rapidly intensified as they were making landfall. And this, I think we have to get past and start working past this notion that, the Atlantic is going to bring the hurricanes. I don't necessarily think that that's the case anymore. If you're going to get a homegrown hurricane that's going to be one that's going to be really potent, you don't have to look very far. It's just out in the Gulf of Mexico, and that's going to do it. And
I
I
agree.
think that has to be the message now,
I
that
also want
we
to point
don't need
out.
to look at yeah.
No, go ahead.
I just think that we have to start bringing in the focus a little bit more closer to home, where we don't need to look out. We still need to pay attention to the Atlantic, because
Right.
that's, the bad ones come from there. But you can have just as big and just as bad from a system in the Gulf of Mexico, because this is straight back water.
Right. No, I absolutely. The Gulf is always able to produce major hurricanes. Doesn't matter, anytime during hurricane season, the Gulf can produce major hurricanes. And we've learned this time and time and time again as these things, have come through. Uh, the I think what I take away from this is we have this notion here in Florida that the bad ones typically hit the east side of the state. And while
Yeah.
that is true, they are more likely to be hit. I want to point out these 4 hurricanes that have hit the state of Florida have been the most impactful that this state has ever seen.
Yeah.
And not to discount those that went through Andrew, because that still has a legacy that we're living with today. Thankfully for it. I hate to say that too, but we wouldn't have the building codes that we did, that we do now, and you would have seen much more loss of life if that was the case. If that wouldn't have caused us to up our building codes. Now, I look at these 4 names that hit Florida. I look at Michael, a category 5. I look at Ian, a high end 4, and I look at Irma. Each of these storms has left a mark on the population that is going to stick for quite some time. And these are things that, we have to be prepared for these. And you get a lot of, like you had said, you have a lot of people here that are moving to Florida for the sunny weather, for the beauty of the state, but this is something we have to live with. And it's something that folks need to be prepared for when they move to Florida. It's a remarkable thing to see these kind of thrown out there like this. Just wow. That's really all I can say there.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and go back to the cams. And I
Yep.
think we've got several cameras that are in the meat of it now. I think Mark is definitely, if he's not there already, he's about to get into it, into the meat of the. Yeah, he's in the eyewall. Just took a little bit of me
Oh
hitting
yeah,
live on the
absolutely.
YouTube link. He's in the eyewall. The Perry cam is still in the eyewall, and then we have the surge that we've been talking about all morning with the Steenhatchee and the Cedar Key cams. As we've talked about with, let's go. Let's jump off of Mark, and the Perry cam is still going as well. So let's take
I'll
that.
put
They
on.
have been in the eye wall now. They've been in the eye wall now for about 90 minutes. And it is
Ugh.
it feels like the wind is backing off, but I'm sitting here in
Also
a
coming
nice
from the other
office.
way.
Yeah, the winds have definitely shifted now. So the center of circulation is passed by Perry, and they are definitely in that western eye wall now.
Yes, absolutely. So the eye wall is definitely over I-10, just from about a little west of Greenville over through Madison and past the little town here of Lee. And it's almost to the Florida-Georgia border at this point. So, we have, looking at Tallahassee dodged a big bullet here, as the storm continues to race off to the north and east. Here, I'm just looking to see in Valdosta, Georgia. Valdosta, Georgia may actually get into the eye wall.
Mm.
And that's
Wow.
not insignificant. Valdosta by distance is roughly 65 miles from the coastline. So that's
Wow.
pretty, yeah, that's pretty pretty stunning there to see that. They
Yeah.
could be in the eye wall here soon.
Yeah.
Probably within the
And
next hour and a half.
yeah. So let's go ahead and we'll get you some reports here of wind gusts at Mayo there in Lafayette County, Florida. The high school measured a wind gust of 86 miles an hour. We've also had reports of 53-mile-an-hour wind from the Leon County area there in Tallahassee. Some other reports coming in from the Tampa Bay area. Looks like the Myakka State Park, no major damage. There are some tree limbs down. They had about 4 inches of rain and some power outages in that area. But other than that, I have not seen
Was that the
any other.
state forest or the state park?
The report is the Myakka Valley subdivision near the state park
Okay. Yep,
reports no
I know where that
damage.
is. So to give you an
Okay.
idea, that's about 20 miles away from my house.
Okay.
Mhm.
So,
And I believe there was reports of a tornado that went through there last night. I can't confirm that. But I don't know.
yeah,
So let's actually, I do want to take a look. Do we have any active tornado warnings? A new mesoscale discussion just went up, I believe. And
I
this
do not see any.
includes.
I do not see any tornado warnings on the board right now,
Okay. So
which is
this
to be
is
expected.
central, right? So this is the mesoscale discussion is talking about central and northern Florida into southeast Georgia, just saying that it's still going to cause some problems. Essentially, is that it's still going to go. And I know that in the greater Tampa Bay area, we had several this morning in our inland counties, several tornado warnings. Now, I do want to mention that while this tornado watch does cover Hillsborough and Pinellas County, they're at the very southern end of it, as well as Polk. So we're starting to get out of it finally in terms of the really rough side of the weather here in from central Florida south. But the same can't be said for North Florida as this continues to work its way off to the north and east. Got a really decent view of the eye wall now from the Moody Air Force Base radar, which looks like it'll take a direct hit from the eyewall.
Mm. I see you have the Cedar Key cam up
Yeah,
here,
I was
and
taking a look at these to see.
there's more debris floating by the camera that's facing, and I think this camera is facing a restaurant there, where
Yeah.
Mark has had that camera for Hermine and other storms that have impacted that area here recently. So
Yep.
Cedar Key has taken a ton of water, but I don't think we can beat a visual of what's going on the ground. So let's go back to Mark's cam, because it looks like he's in a car wash right now.
Oh yeah,
And
classic power washer right there. If
yeah.
Mark had any mud or dirt on that truck, it's not anymore.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. So um
Sheets of rain. Wow.
yeah, yeah.
I can't wait to see the GoPro footage of this. Um, let's see here what's going on in Steenhatchee as well. It looks like, yeah, the water is, it looks like it's beginning to, maybe, no, it looks like they're in another band of heavier rain, so it's kind of hard to see.
It's hard,
Um,
yeah, it's hard to tell.
but it's definitely still, the water's still rising, and it is past, it's almost to that fence. It's past those little swings there.
Hmm. And high tide here is at 11 a.m. So
Oh,
for
okay.
most
Wow.
areas, so
Okay.
we're trending up toward high tide. So um,
Wow.
we may see more water rise here over the next couple of hours.
Mm. Trying to see if I can see. There are so many local storm reports. Oh my God.
Yeah. Um, so
Trying to see what
while
any of
we're
these are in Perry. So I'll go ahead. Sorry.
yeah, no, you're good. You're good. We'll get a position estimate here from the National Hurricane Center. Maybe we'll get that here coming up at the top of the 9 o'clock hour, but we'll give you the position as of the 8 a.m. update, which was at 29.9 north and 83.5 west. Winds were down to 120 miles an hour. It was moving north-northeast at 18 miles an hour. And we continue with several extreme wind warnings, essentially from I-10 south right now, as we continue to have the eye wall going through that area. So let's go back to Mark's camera, and like I said, you can't beat a visual here
Nope.
of just exactly what's going on. We'll take the vehicle cam full, and I would love to talk to him, but he's got to have his head on a swivel.
Right.
And I think he was trying to do a hit with Fox as well, is trying to satisfy all of the partners here of the project. So, but yeah, it just looks like classic eyewall there from Mark as he's sitting at the Exxon gas station along Florida 53 at I-10 there around Madison, Florida.
Yeah. I'm looking at this on radar, and there's still a ton of lightning in that core.
Yes.
And I mean, it's just, it's incredible the amount of lightning, and you're not supposed to see that. Yeah, just wow. Is
Yeah,
that
I think. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just gonna say, I believe as this thing continues to collapse, we're still gonna see that, but
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, and as you're also increasing the friction from the
Right.
ground as well, so you're gonna get more lightning in the eye wall. But you're right, that eye wall is going to begin to collapse here fairly soon. But it's as we were talking just a few minutes ago, Valdosta may get a gust of 100 out of this eye wall, and it's not
Right.
entirely possible that Mark is probably going to get 100 to 110 miles an hour out of this eye wall as well in a gust, not sustained, because the
Right.
we're beginning to get the inversion from the ground now, so the winds aren't going to be able to mix down to the ground as easily as they would when the storm was sitting over the water.
Right.
Um, just a little bit of science behind that. So we're probably going to get a gust of maybe 100, 110 miles an hour where he's at, and maybe 100 in Valdosta, but definitely not the 120, 130, 140 that some areas along the coast got when this eye wall came ashore about 2 hours ago.
Absolutely. And I'm looking at the radar out of Tallahassee. Now I'm just like going through and sampling some of the winds here in that northern eye wall, and I am seeing just south and west of Madison some of these velocity signatures of 129.7 is the highest I've seen on the edge of that eye wall, the innermost edge. So I'm wondering how much of that is actually getting to the ground. And I'm also wondering, because I'm seeing some of this, some of the wind reports there. I saw that one, we had earlier out of Perry that was talking about, where are we at here? Da-da-da. A gust of 85. And I think that's really underdone. And it's possible, as you well know, a lot of these instruments will blow apart before they actually get a reading.
Yeah. Yeah. We
I see a
do have
flash
the
flood warning just went up.
we'll get to that here in just a minute, and we do have an 8 a.m. position
Awesome.
estimate from the National Hurricane Center. The automated weather station at Perry recently had a wind of 62 and a gust to 85. Another observation there from Perry measured a gust to 81, and the tide gauge at Cedar Key now reports a 7-foot surge. So that is from the National Hurricane Center. Right now, the center of Idalia is about 20 miles south-southwest of Madison, Florida, or 45 miles south-southwest of Valdosta, moving north-northeast at 20, with a pressure of 957 millibars. Maximum sustained winds are down to about 110 miles an hour. And we do have, I think you have that flash flood warning there. So I'll let you take that.
Yeah, so we have a flash flood warning for Madison County and north central Taylor County until noon. At 9:01 a.m. Eastern Time, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain. Between 1 and 3 inches of rain have fallen, and an additional 1 to 3 is possible. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Some locations that in that warning area include Madison, Perry, Greenville, Mosley Hall, Shady Grove. Just make sure that you're not driving on the flooded roads there, which we expected, flash flooding to occur, especially in the areas that are stuck in this, of all things, Western Eyewall again, man, that is the rainmaker on this one.
Yeah, and it's
So
going to be
strange.
it's going to be the rainmaker as it goes up across southern Georgia and up into the Carolinas as well. That combined with a front just gets linked up. It's crazy how that works with how hurricanes interact with fronts, and that brings that left side, just really ignites that left side of the circulation. It really is quite something, and that's why most of that area is in a moderate risk for flash flooding with potential for 6 to 10 inches of rain as we move through Friday. So I don't know about you, but I'm watching Mark's camera here from the Exxon truck stop. It looks like it's amazing to me how random these trucks are just pulling off the road. Like I think they
Right.
kind of want to stay apart from each other, because if one goes over, then there's a chance you take the next truck out and things like that. But it is really there's a piece of a sign flapping in the wind. It's really getting after it there at the truck stop.
Right, absolutely. Now I had just seen something on Twitter that I wanted to talk about, but um, hmm, I'm trying to find it and it's gone. So no worries. Go ahead, Matt. I'll let you continue on.
Yeah, just watching the vehicle cam from Mark as he's riding out this eye wall there along Interstate 10 at Florida 53. There in Madison, Florida.
You
And it
know,
looks
one of
like
these
he's
times,
yeah, go
one of
ahead.
these times, this just reminded me scrolling through Twitter. Professor Mieres, one of his tweets. You know, he tweeted our uh, cut of the storm surge coming up the river in Steenhatchee there, and I want to do this. This has before it really took off. So here's what I'm gonna do. I am going to really quickly commandeer this. I'm gonna transition this. And we're going to pull this full screen just to show you guys the type of difference we were looking at. So this is what it looked like. And this was this was about an hour and a half to 2 hours ago. This is what the Steenhatchee cam looked like. You can see that dock there. You can see the red swings in the background and the fence, as well as the bank, and there's a road there. There was also a floating dock here to the right of the main dock. Now we're going to take the Steenhatchee cam full. Give me 1 second to pull that up. And that's what it looks like now. That is absolutely remarkable. That within 2 hours, that is how high the water has risen.
Mm. Power of
And
water, man.
that's a river. That is not a bay. That is not an inlet. That is a river. So, that is absolutely incredible. And I know Professor Mieres is doing his own research out there when it comes to coastal engineering, and I hope that he's able to utilize this in the future. And that's why we're doing what we're doing. We really want to make sure that we have, this stuff out there for people, so that way they can better understand and possibly at some point how to better engineer our structures against these types of forces.
Yeah. Yeah. There is a bit of weathertainment to this, but there's a lot of science going into this as well. Um, so yeah, there's a ton going on with this project, both behind the scenes and front facing as well. There's no doubt that the video that we've been watching as we've gone through the morning from all of the cameras that we have arrayed along the Big Bend of Florida will definitely help to understand the impacts of water and things like that. So I tell you what, CJ, let's go ahead and take a break here for a little bit.
Absolutely.
We've got this on shore now. We've got I think we've pretty much hammered the extreme wind warnings. If you're along and south of I-10 in Florida, find a place to ride this out. It's obviously on top of you now. If you're watching us from around the Valdosta area, you have a little bit of time to finalize your in-home preps and get ready to go. This eyewall is coming and will be there in about the next hour or so up in the southern Georgia. And then from there, it's going to move off to the northeast across southern Georgia. Mark said that the pressure is down at his location to 964 millibars. So
Wow.
a pretty intense ride there along I-10. So what I think we're going to do here is probably just drop our audio off and we'll bring Mark's back up from the vehicle cam and we'll ride with this for a little bit. And then maybe when we rejoin you here in
Absolutely.
just a few minutes, we'll have Mark and he can talk about his experience in the eye wall. So we're going to take a little bit of a break in our coverage for CJ Morgan and everybody on the back end team here at HurricaneTrack, as well as Mark Sudduth. I'm Matthew Harding, and we'll be back with you shortly. Until then, enjoy the eyewall from the Toyota Tacoma of Mark Sudduth.
More bleep. Calmed down just a little bit, so that's good. It is dark here. Like, it shouldn't be this
Dude,
dark.
I can imagine. I can relate.
Yeah, I mean, just went through the front side of the eyewall. Pretty hairy there. Those were some serious gusts, well over 100 miles per hour, easily.
And I was measuring. We were talking about it on stream. I was measuring with the Tallahassee radar gusts or winds in the eyewall of about 125 in certain spots.
Sure.
Not right over you, but I'm glad that you're doing okay. Let's get you set up here.
Where are you at? Are you closer to Lee or are you closer to Greenville? You're closer to Lee?
Yeah, I'm at the end.
Well, we said we were going to be back, and we are. It's Matthew Harding and CJ Morgan here with you as we're continuing to watch Hurricane Idalia make landfall and move inland now past I-10, where we have had extreme wind warnings issued this morning. And joining us from the eyewall of Idalia is Mark Suddeth. Mark, we've talked briefly off camera about your experience so far at this truck stop. You mentioned to us that you had a couple of gusts that were over 100 miles an hour there.
Yeah, it's funny when we were doing the pre-interview, the audio was great. Now it's breaking up, so hopefully this works. Am I coming through okay?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, it's very robot sounding. So I'm going to talk just for a minute, and then we'll see what happens because I can't hear you guys too well. And I see that I'm losing my connection. That's what it is. I'm starting to get indications that my output here is pretty bad. But so I'll just do a real quick 30 seconds and see what happens. So the front part of the eye wall came through within the last half hour, really cranking visibility. Went down to almost zero with rain just blasting down, those big, strong downdrafts, and all kinds of stuff was breaking, rocks hitting the windshield, and pieces of buildings around breaking off, but no major structural damage. The wind was probably, I'm going to say 90, maybe 100 miles per hour on some of those gusts. The backside, though, is going to come through. And from what we have seen, the backside, the northwest quadrant, is actually probably going to be worse.
Yeah, that's what I'm definitely picking up on radar, Mark, is that once again, we have another system where that western side is the stronger side. Very strange. Because typically you would expect that kind of precipitation on the northeast quadrant, the front right. Why do you think that is for this one?
It was weird as it started to come in. It hollowed out on the east side, got some dry air in there. These things are very fickle, but the core stayed intact. So there's just this, one theory I have about maybe this situation is the fact, there's more stuff blowing by, is the fact that that part of Florida that it's getting into has elevation, a little bit, from sea level to a few hundred feet. So maybe there's some frictional convergence going on in that northwest quadrant.
It's a very good observation. That's something that we don't really talk about too much is the topography of North Florida is so different from the peninsula, where rather than having that gradual sloping up to the Lake Wales Ridge in the center of the state, up there, it's pretty stark. I mean, a lot of people that have, if you've ever been to Tallahassee, I know you've been many times, it's hilly, especially by Florida standards.
Yeah, those rolling hills through there.
Uh-huh.
That's where I stayed a few hours at the True by Hilton. Last night I got about 5 hours of sleep, and so now I feel
Oh,
great.
that's good.
But yeah,
How was Tallahassee this morning?
As I left, breezy, a little bit of light rain. But then I left, and now I'm in Madison, where things, especially downtown Madison, which is a few miles from where I am.
Right.
I bet downtown Madison is just really getting pummeled right now. I'm gonna look at radar real quick. Oh yeah, the core is still sitting right over Madison.
Oh, yeah.
I'm right on the edge of the core.
Yeah, I
myself.
can see that.
I mean, we're
Absolutely
only talking a couple
incredible.
miles.
Yep, but that makes all the difference in these systems.
Yeah.
And that shows you that stark contrast between the eye wall and what is left of the eye here, that you can have, within a couple of miles, you're still stuck in those, in some cases, 100+ mile an hour gusts to then almost nothing.
Yeah. So I want to talk real quick about the cameras.
Go ahead.
And hold your question, please don't forget it.
Yep.
We had cameras from St. Pete. I saw that the water did come up over that bulkhead, so that exceeded what we had during Ada. And so we had from St. Petersburg up to Perry, and then the ones at the coast, Cedar Key, so forth. The one in the Tiki Bar, just extraordinary. We worked with the owners of that. But I think one of the more interesting ones from a scientific perspective is going to be the Steenhatchee River. It went from just like da-da-da-da-da, oh, look at that nice river down there. And then it looked like rapids. I mean, the surge pushed the river up so fast. It was remarkable. It really reminded me of the Caloosahatchee, but it might have even been a faster velocity on this one. The Caloosahatchee is much wider.
Yep.
And Steenhatchee, where I was there in Steenhatchee, very narrow. The flooding through there's a town, I think it's called Jena, Jena. I bet the storm surge flooding and the inundation in that area is probably in the magnitude of 5 to 10 feet.
I think it's
Mark,
beyond that, Mark.
Yes, Mr. Matt.
Yeah. I was going to ask on the Steenhatchee River, the river last night when you were setting up the camera network and the wind sensor there, it flowed from screen right to screen left, right?
I believe so.
Is that okay? So what we think may have happened is that when the wind switched, it reversed the flow of the river, very much like what you described happening in Fort Myers. Is that what we think may have happened?
Yes, the whole Gulf funneled right into there, and I was in touch with some folks at the National Hurricane Center via text, and they were thinking that the peak surge would occur at Steenhatchee, so we shall see.
Yeah, Mark, I think it was beyond that initial figure. Once you come off that bridge, there's that little park there with the swings.
Right.
The surge is beyond the swings. And it looks like this is a river valley. It's not like, in South Florida where you have these wide open floodplains. This seems more of like your traditional northern river where you have a legitimate river valley. I would bargain that this is closer to 10 feet. Yeah,
especially up where it sort of terminates or whatever. Once you get inland, it's all that water went somewhere, and then it's got to all come back.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And then, this is going to cause problems because all of that fresh water that's being poured out of this system is going to have to be held back until this finally lets go. And we're approaching high tide at 11 o'clock, somewhere around there.
We're about 90 minutes
king
from
tide.
that. Yeah.
So this is going to be where you're going to see that maximum flooding all along the West Coast. It's funny because I was, you were remarking about St. Pete. I can tell you that here, in Sarasota, we already have flooding. I don't know if you've ever been to Siesta Beach, but the beach there is very wide. I want to say probably at least 2 or 3 football fields, and the water is at the dunes. So you're
Oh,
talking
wow.
that it's come up that far, and that's here. But then you look at Tampa Bay, where they've had to close several of the causeways and bridges due to flooding.
Right.
This morning they had already exceeded. Remember, we had that camera on the Courtney Campbell Causeway during Ada. It's already
Yep.
been exceeded, and that was before daybreak this morning. I shared a photo from Bayshore, a
Yep.
brief video from somebody, and you remember what that looked like during Ian and Irma when the Gulf went, way
Yeah.
out there. But now it's over top the wall and it's across the road.
Yeah, I saw Fox Weather had I think it was Britta, was down
Mm-hmm.
there on Bay Shore, and you could see that the rack line had come up, so it was starting
Yep.
to recede. Another very close call. This is definitely the closest call for Tampa, probably in the last 100 years.
I would agree 100%.
I mean, dude, wow, very, very close to being absolutely catastrophic for a major population area. And maybe when Idalia got hollowed out there just a little bit before landfall, maybe that took the edge off just enough. And of course, it went into a less populated area, but still, it's people, their livelihoods.
Yes.
And they don't have rich $1 million condos. Nothing wrong with those. It's great that people have those, but these are people that are going to really be hurting in the next days, weeks, and months. And I hope they don't get forgotten because it wasn't a major population area that got hit.
I agree. We had been commenting on that before, that this area of Florida, it's not as populated, and we had focused a lot on Tampa Bay, and especially in the forecast. And it's not because there isn't people up there, but just the sheer numbers in the Tampa Bay region. But we don't want to forget about these folks up along the Big Bend coast. It is a beautiful coastline. I was remarking how the first time I met you was at Cedar Key, and I
Right.
remember talking to you when we were there, and I'd never been there. It is such a quaint, pretty little town, very old Florida vibes.
Yeah.
And these people, they're going to need help after this is said and done. I hope that now let me ask you this: the people that you talk to, the locals up there, were they taking it seriously?
Yeah, as best we could tell. But then there were those that just don't
Always.
seem connected and with it, and it's not even necessarily their fault. They're just not, there's a mix. There really is. Some people are just not, you can just tell that, I think there's a storm coming. And then there's people that are packing up. And I think part of it goes on experience, education, just, where you come from, your economic background, the whole behavioral science about how people react to this stuff. That's an entirely different discipline.
Yeah, I agreed. I think that I said this morning. I walked downstairs when I had woken up to grab some coffee. I looked at my stepdad because they had our local coverage here. I said, "You're watching history."
Yeah.
And I want to point that out, that this is truly unprecedented. It's never happened.
Yeah. Right. Not like this.
And
So,
I feel like we say that too often now.
yeah, it's getting to be that way. Well, let me let you guys run for now. You're doing a great
Yes, sir.
job. We appreciate it.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
all the people tuning in and watching. We've accomplished a lot with this project. We got, it's only August 30th. We'll probably have a break, hopefully for a week or two. And then we have to get through the rest of September and October. This will take a little bit of the heat out of the Eastern Gulf, but we have a ways to go.
Yes. Yeah, we do. And we can't let our guard down. Will you be safe out there? My friend, be careful out there. I know you know what you're doing, but we'll be watching with you, okay?
I appreciate it. Thank you, and to Matt and all the back end team.
Absolutely. We'll talk soon.
All right, thank you.
Be careful.
Thanks, Mr. Harding.
There goes Mark Sudduth from the founder of HurricaneTrack and the reason we're all here, as he's getting ready to get into the back part of the eye wall. He's going to reposition and try and get a little bit, try and judge his or he's going to try and reposition to withstand the backside of this eye wall here as Idalia continues to move on shore. I would have been interested in knowing if he's heard from anybody at Cedar Key, because I know he's in with the folks in the fire department there, and if so, what kind of damage are we seeing that we're not seeing on the cams? Because it looks like that the water may finally be beginning to recede from the Second and B Street cam on Cedar Key from where it was at its highest point a little bit earlier this morning. And I don't, the news guy in me would have been interested in knowing, like, have they had any calls and things like that. I don't know if Mark would be able to know that, but yeah, definitely very interesting.
Yeah, Matt, it is starting to recede. I just brought up the Tiki Bar cam, and you can see where it's already dropped down probably about a foot, at least. So that's good news for the folks out there on Cedar Key.
Yeah.
And, I mean, this is, like we've been saying, this is unprecedented. This has never happened before. And it's something that we really want to keep an eye on. Now, I also want to touch real quick, right before we jumped on with Mark, we had a couple of alerts go out. I want to see if that tornado warning, I don't think it's up anymore, for portions of DeSoto, Hardy, Manatee, and Sarasota counties. No, I think that has been allowed to expire, which is a good thing. We're still going to see, and this goes to show, we're not in the tornado watch box, but we could still see the occasional tornado from these bands, and I'm going to go ahead and move the radar down to the Tampa Bay area really quickly, just to kind of show people what's going on. We've got these feeder bands that are really drawing that moisture in, so areas like Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte, Cape Coral and Fort Myers, Sarasota, Tampa, Clearwater, St. Pete. We're going to be getting these throughout the day. Now, we won't see any more sustained winds in excess of, that tropical storm force winds, but we're definitely going to see tropical storm force gusts throughout the day today until this thing really pulls away from the state and out over the Atlantic and moves, west of the state, so we can clear these feeder bands really off that. Now, I also want to make a note that you can still see the eye wall on the Tampa Bay radar, and that is 203 miles away.
Wow.
You can see the top of the eye wall. That's pretty, that's, to me, it's amazing that you can see that. In the amount of lightning, Matt, that's still in this core, it's remarkable.
Yeah, it's, yeah.
I mean, this is incredible. Now, you have the core, the front end of the eye wall that's just about to enter, if it hasn't already, Valdosta. So Valdosta, people in South Georgia, this is moving across the state line into southern Georgia. So there will still be, these intense gusts up there. I don't think we've had any more extreme wind warnings, correct?
Not that I've seen, but I'll have to find the Weather Service office there and that services the Valdosta area and check in on their chat here.
I believe
so
that
give me
is
a minute
still
to do that.
Tallahassee.
Okay, yeah, then I don't think we have.
Let me double check. Yeah, I think that is still Tallahassee.
And I do want to say, while we're just kind of spitballing here, the Storm Prediction Center has a tornado-driven enhanced risk for the extreme eastern coast of Georgia, most of the entire South Carolina coast, and inland a little bit, and all the way up to about the Morehead City, Radio Island area there of North Carolina. Tornado-driven enhanced risk, 10% chance for tornadoes in that area. So we'll continue to see tornado watches be issued. It wouldn't shock me at all to see one issued here for that part of the coastline. as early as maybe noon today for that tornado risk as Idalia continues to move northeast. This is not going to stick in one place very long. It's moving at about 20 miles an hour, which is a little bit faster than what we would normally see for a hurricane or tropical storm at this latitude.
Right.
Basically, because of the upper trough that is steering it, and it's around the backside of a high pressure. So this is going to make its way across Georgia into South Carolina and may come off of the land around Wilmington and maybe just a little bit north of there tomorrow morning and get out into the open waters of the Atlantic Ocean, where then it's just going to kind of loiter out there for a few days. Probably won't be a shell of itself because there is going to be plenty of shear left on the backside of Franklin. So we'll have to see what happens with that after it gets back offshore. But plenty of hurricane warnings, tropical storm warnings, and watches in effect for that area along the coast, even outside of the impact zone that we're dealing with here this morning with the landfall of Idalia.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just want to remark one more time that we're seeing these outer bands approaching Myrtle Beach and Wilmington. So, what we're seeing here in, West Central and Southwest Florida is literally, that's the breadth of the U.S. coastline. This is truly a multi-state event, and we're going to continue seeing that throughout the day. Matt, I know you said you wanted to get a break in here for a little bit. Do we want to take maybe about an hour just to kind of reset and let things kind of play out? Maybe come back around 11 or 11:30.
Yeah. Let's shoot for just after 11 because we'll have the new advisory. We can go over the new advisory at that point, and then maybe Mark will be in a better position to have a longer conversation with us by that point in time. As I think the eyewall will be by him certainly by that point. So why don't we go ahead and take a little bit of a break here, and we'll get you back to the live cams, and they'll bring the action to you from where we have, and obviously from the cameras that we have available. Obviously, the cell networks are going to play a part in this, and the cell network has been very strong this morning. So thanks to Verizon for that. Why don't we go ahead and take a break, and then CJ and I will rejoin you a little bit after 11 o'clock Eastern time once we have the new advisory package from the National Hurricane Center, and we're able to kind of get some more information and kind of reassess where things are at. So for Mark Sudduth, for CJ Morgan, everybody on the back end team, I'm Matthew Harding, and we will go ahead and return you now to the vehicle cam and the other sorted cameras that we have arrayed along the Florida Big Bend as we continue to cover Hurricane Idalia that has made landfall this morning as a Category 3 hurricane, delivering a historic blow to the Big Bend of Florida.
Oh my gosh, it's underwater! The Horseshoe Beach cam is streaming underwater! Holy shit! Oh my God! No way! Dude, that's insane. The Horseshoe Beach cam is underwater and it is streaming. That's got to get to air. That's got to get to air. Hey, I wasn't sure who to reach out to, but the Horseshoe Beach camera is back online and it is underwater, streaming live underwater, exclamation point. That has to get to air because that has never been done before, period. The Horseshoe Beach camera is back online and it is underwater streaming live, exclamation point. Absolutely incredible, exclamation point. I hope you guys can take that to air immediately, period. What the hell? Meanwhile, we're in the eye. The Horseshoe Beach camera is back on and it's underwater, streaming live underwater. This is remarkable, exclamation point. Our camera at Horseshoe Beach. All right, well, this is the eye. So, I think we need to fly the drone. In the eye of the hurricane. In the eye. All right, I gotta show you guys something. We're in the eye. I'm gonna show you the eye. You can totally see it. Just flew the drone. I got a shot of the lower part of the eye wall. Let me go grab the camera. Check this out, folks. Probably the only drone video of the eye of this hurricane, exclamation point. That is literally the lower part of the eye wall in the shot, period. Freaking eye wall, dude. What is the issue? What's the issue? Tree? Do they need help? I'll go help them. Gee.
lose my drone.
see you. Yeah, we're cooking with gas now. Whoa. Crystal River finally flooding. We have surge now on the Crystal River cam. Alright, let's keep going.
Continue on I-10 East for 2 miles.
What have I
Your
done?
route may be affected by hurricane warning.
You don't say. Alright. Gotta take it out of 4-wheel drive. There we go.
In 1.5 miles, take exit 275 for US 90 East toward Live Oak.
Jasper said at least 2 dead so far. Would you like to reply?
No.
Okay. Brent said thought that was your truck for a second, wondering why you didn't just drive around it. Would you like to reply?
Yes.
What do you want to say to Brent?
Just stopping to help and make sure I put the drone up.
It says, just stopping to help and make sure I put the drone up. Send it.
Yeah. Yes.
Done. Brent said a lot of power poles, and pines down to Steinhatchee, but I just took the grass around them. Would you like to reply?
Yes.
What do you want to say to Brent?
Good luck.
It says, good luck. Send it.
Yes.
Done.
More shenanigans. Wow. Hello. Alright, let's get this into flipping 4 high again. All day.
In 600 feet, take exit 275 for US 90 East toward Live Oak. Take exit 275, then keep right at the fork.
Give you guys a hand.
Sorry Google, but the exit there isn't going to be working for me.
Head northeast on I-10 East. Continue on I-10 East for 22 miles.
Much rain, question mark. The drone will do pretty good in light rain, period. all may share with anyone you wish. Very interesting day so far. Nothing I can do about that.
entire damn family. My spec has said, well, hopefully you can crop it before you send it to Fox, or try to put it in a documentary. And Nathan said you guys need to learn which messages are for a group chat and which should be private. This is nothing anyone else needs to see. Reply to the group.
No.
Okay.
That is a surprise, I have to say.
It says, that is a surprise I have to say. Send it.
Yes.
Done.
Hey Siri, send a message to Taylor.
What do you want to say to Taylor?
Water coming up on Crystal River camera now, period. How do we explain the delay, question mark?
It says, water coming up on Crystal River camera. How do we explain the delay? Send it.
Yes.
Done.
Siri, send a message to Pete.
What do you want to say to Pete?
Are you ready? Question mark.
It's all coming your way later tonight, period.
It says, are you ready? It's all coming your way later tonight. Send it.
Yes.
Done.
I guess it's the drone. Tree shenanigans.
Mike Cornelius said more shenanigan ahead on maps. Would you like to reply?
No.
Okay. What do you want to say to Mike Cornelius?
I want to pull down the YouTube raw of the Tiki Bar camera when I get to the hotel, period. I guess we can do what we've got so far that's archived, period.
It says, I want to pull down the YouTube raw of the T. What do you want to say to Mike Cornelius?
Can you make a time-lapse movie of the Tiki Bar from first light until now, question mark.
It says, can you make a time-lapse movie of the Tiki Bar from first light until now? Send it.
Yes.
Done.
You can probably hear me, Mike. Maybe make it a minute long. All kinds of shenanigans.
CJ sent an image. Said this is where we had that cam in Englewood. And that me and Marcel put up. Would you like to reply?
No.
Okay.
Somebody tried and failed to move these out of the way.
Just checking some things.
It's safer to do staying still, in case you're wondering, what is he doing? Alright, let's keep on moving. While you are there, please go ahead and grab the equipment. Don't worry about turning it off or anything. We can do that when it's dry in Lake City later. Well done, Noah! Exclamation point.
Hurricane.
Brent said okay. Would you like to reply?
No.
Okay. Mike Cornelius said we'll definitely want to pull the video off the chip on that one for the full res stuff later. Would you like to reply?
Yes.
What do you want to say to Mike Cornelius?
Hopefully I can get back there tomorrow or Friday.
It says, hopefully I can get back there tomorrow or Friday. Send it.
Yes.
Done. Ispecca said just be very patient. It's a clusterfuck. I got caught in it 1 year, trying to come pick up somebody at dismissal, and was obviously in the wrong parking lot. And Brylan said check me out 30 minutes early please. I'll pay you. Or just 10. And or 5. And anything helps. Reply to the group.
No.
Okay.
In 2 miles, take exit 296A for I-75 south toward Tampa.
929 area code said hi market time has changed. You will join John and Oisha at 1:30 p.m. EST. I will call you at 1:20 p.m. EST on FaceTime. Sorry for the changes. Thank you so much. Would you like to reply?
Yes.
What do you want to say to someone with the 929 area code?
Not a problem at all. Thanks for letting me know.
It says, not a problem at all. Thanks for letting me know. Send it.
Yes.
Done.
Take exit 296A. Continue on I-75 south for 7 miles.
Ispecca said, did you pay the bill for the Chelsea Wi-Fi? It's been out since yesterday. Would you like to reply?
Yes.
What do you want to say to Ispecca?
It should be automatic, period.
It says, it should be automatic. Send it.
Yes.
Done. What do you want to say to Ispecca?
Make sure that everything is plugged in properly. Sometimes the one downstairs that feeds the master router gets a little loose from the kids and the cats.
It says, make sure that everything is plugged in properly. Sometimes the one downstairs that feeds the master router gets a little loose from the kids and the cats. Send it.
Yes.
Done.
Tickle. You ever just get that little bit of like water in the back of your throat or something? It's like not even congestion.
Ispecca said, okay, will do. Headed to lunch duty right then. Would you like to reply?
Yes.
What do you want to say to Ispecca?
Please tell the kids I love them and I can't wait to see them in a few days. You as well.
It says, please tell the kids I love them, and I can't wait to see them in a few days. You as well. Send it.
Yes.
Done.
Hey Siri, send a message to Grandpa.
What do you want to say to Grandpa?
How's everything going with you today? Question mark.
It says, how's everything going with you today? Send it.
Yes.
Done.
miles, take exit 427 for US 90 West.
Pretty windy down here. Very gusty.
Mike Cornelius said Tiki coming in and out now think it may be the network there. Would you like to reply?
Yes.
What do you want to say to Mike Cornelius?
Pretty incredible that it made it this long.
It says, pretty incredible that it made it this long. Send it.
Yes.
Done.
Take exit 427.
Ah,
In 800
terrific.
feet, keep right at the fort. Follow signs for US 90 West.
No power.
Keep right at the fort.
No power is just wonderful, isn't it? They'll probably get it back
Merge
on.
onto US 90 West,
this
then
evening.
turn left onto Southwest Florida Gateway Drive. Turn left onto Southwest Florida Gateway Drive. In a quarter mile, turn right. Turn right, then your destination will be on the left.
All right, here's my hotel for tonight.
Your destination is on the left.
Can't check in yet, so that's a bummer. There's no power, but that's fine. Whew. you get a chance, as soon as you can, considering I know how busy you are, could you pull the wind data from the 2 units and make one of your famous graphs, please, question mark. Just checking to make sure we're still good for 12:25 and 2:35 question mark. I am in Lake City now, period. I would like to host a Zoom session. Actually, I don't know when. Yeah, Ralph, this is one of those ones where I just said, hey, look, I got to focus on the main impact here. So no, I don't have anything on the southeast coast, Charleston, Carolinas, other than our permanent cameras that are up in Rodanthe and whatnot. I kind of made that mistake last year with Ian trying to do two things at once, and I think it distracted me from keeping my eyes on the ball regarding Ian. So we put all our focus on the Big Bend area. Hey, as we continue to grow, we get more equipment, get to know people who we know that can help us out. A lot of people say they would like to do this. Hey, I'd love to help you out. Let me know. I mean, it's a lot different than you think. Ask the people that help me out. It is grueling. You know, Brent is going to be hobbling in here in a few hours. And he's helped out tremendously since 2018. Matt Clemens from Colorado. You know, Greg Nordstrom over the years. Mike Watkins, Jesse Bass. But we'd love to have more people. But it's hard. They got to take time off work. You know? We got to make sure we have the funding to put them in hotels. Some people cover their own expenses. That helps. You know, it's like a co-op. But yeah, this will be a Florida-only situation. And then tomorrow I've got to go get the equipment that we put out, see what the GoPros captured, that kind of thing. All right, I'm going to take the camera off the suction cup thing because I need the suction cup thing for an interview with Fox Weather. So we will lean Mr. iPhone. Let's move this guy over here. Entirely too much stuff in here. Give you a little shot there. Wouldn't mind at all if it would stop raining. That would be okay with me. And the fire department just showed up, so that's interesting.
after hurricanes or anything like that, the rebuilding part of it. You know, stepping back
Hello.
to some of these other issues that were here long before this hurricane, job growth, it's slowing. The ADP report says it's showing. I don't know what that telegraphs for tomorrow, the big jobs report, but there are a lot of things that are beginning to slow. Now, I'm not saying reverse, but slow. Does that concern you? I guess the flip side of that is maybe less reason for the Federal Reserve to hike rates next month or as aggressively or as much.
Hey, Mark, you got me again?
Yes, I do.
Yeah,
How are you?
I think I'm good. So you should be hearing the weather in a second, okay?
Sure.
Back to normal, and I'm going to pass you over to the coordinator. You know what to do.
Yeah,
ADP
thank
number,
you.
which is a little wonky, to be honest with you. That number has been skewed in wild directions the last 2 months. We've seen it. You know, what drew down the least or drew down the most was leisure and hospitality.
Atlantic into Thursday evening. Still a very strong storm. We've saw all of the destruction that this storm can pack, and we still have a couple more hours to get through when it comes to Hurricane Idalia. We take a look at what's to come and some of the impacts. We're still watching heavy rain in a lot of areas from southeast Georgia through the Carolinas, as well as up into North Carolina. We have to watch for the threat of some flooding too. We have a 3 out of 4 in terms of the flash flooding threat. That's hello, sir. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, I can. How are you?
A lot of it has to do with great. How are you?
Pretty good. Trying to figure out where to put my camera.
Down, and it's
course struggle. And we'll have you count to 5 in the meantime, just to check your audio.
Sure. 1, 2, 3, 4,
As
5.
this flood threat continues, we do have.
Sounds good. And are you hearing the show okay as well?
Very much.
Until this really winds down.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Sure.
We are looking at all of the threats of a Category 1 storm still on the table. That does include that heavy rain, as again, a lot of the southeast portion of the country is going to be in that right quadrant of the storm. So a lot of heavy rain, a lot of gusty winds still impacting Georgia through South Carolina and into North Carolina. We look at big areas like Augusta, Columbia, up into Fayetteville, and out towards Myrtle Beach to really be impacted with the heaviest of the rain through tomorrow morning. Say around 6 a.m. tomorrow, the storm is...
It's New York audio. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
We should see much calmer conditions.
Thank you.
You bet.
Tomorrow evening, but we're still dealing with a few patches of rain and a few thunderstorms lingering because of Hurricane Idalia. There's a lot of moisture, rich moisture hanging on across the southeast portion of the country. And as again, the cold front slides across the southeast, it really much adds to that squeeze with the moisture that's going to be in place. So we see some of our highest rain totals still to come, Michael, as we go through the latter half of this week. We're going to look at some areas in that darker shading of orange from Hatteras all the way back down towards Savannah. That could see around 3 to 5 to 8 inches of rain because...
Can you hear us, sir? Is it Control New York?
Hey, yep, hear you loud and clear.
We still have to deal with the wind.
Yes, sir. Any chance we can get a little bit of a wider shot, if possible? If you could
Yeah, put my arm out.
Away from you?
The state line...
That works, sir. And any chance you can move a little bit to your right so we can keep you center as possible?
And we take that through...
Oh, keep going that way, just a bit more.
Got hurt.
Thank you. And then maybe if you can tilt it down just a tiny bit, sir.
Great.
And I don't know if you can sit back a little or move away from the phone just a tiny bit more.
As high as 40.
Oh.
That is perfect. Thank you so much for your patience, sir.
You bet.
Some quieter conditions as we head through Friday, Michael.
Yeah, lots of folks looking forward to the end of the week, that's for sure. And again, all that rain doesn't even take into account the storm surge we could see along the Georgia and South Carolina coastline. So a lot that we have to keep our eyes on. We want you to stay with us here on Fox Weather. We do want to, though, join storm tracker Brian Eppinger joining us on the phone. And Brian, looking at your imagery right now, we're seeing obviously roadways completely swallowed up by not only the rain that's ongoing in parts of Florida, but also that storm surge. Tell me, Brian, what have you experienced, and really what does the past 6 hours look like for you?
Well, the first thing was the first half of the eyewall. I wrote it out at Keaton Beach, right where the hurricane made landfall. And the first half of the eyewall, the forward part, it was all offshore flow. So there was no storm surge, but the winds were very strong, even though they were offshore. There was a home that had its roof completely ripped off. I was able to fly my drone in the eye of the hurricane when the winds were basically just completely calm. And then after about 10 or 15 minutes of calm weather, it turned, the backside eyewall came across, and that's when the onshore flow started. So the water had been actually pushed well below low tide. And then in just a few minutes, once the onshore flow on the backside of the eye started on, the water just came right up. It certainly wasn't what we feared as far as the maximum possible storm surge. It was probably about 4 or 5 feet, and it's still here. It has not receded. It's pretty much where it was at the highest point. The roads are impassable around Keaton Beach.
Yeah, that's exactly what it looks like there in Perry. My question for you, Brian, is this. So obviously there were mandatory evacuation orders for so many residents, especially in the Big Bend region of Florida. From what you've seen, did residents evacuate, or are you still noticing residents perhaps in their homes and kind of surveying the damage around them and the flooding?
I have not seen anyone. The only residents that I've seen are actually people just recently who were going back in very big vehicles. In fact, he was a guy was trying to get to the next town down to see if his business was fine. He had just checked his house, and he was asking how deep the water was, and I told him, and of course he was pulling a boat, and he's like, well, if it gets too deep, I'll just unhitch the boat in the road and I'll continue on. So people are just anxious to find out, if their homes and businesses are okay. But, with the possibility of it being, a 10-plus foot storm surge, I believe just about every resident out here at Keaton Beach did heed those evacuation orders.
Absolutely, and of course, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis really stressing that, so it's nice to hear from your perspective there, Brian, that folks did that. I'm going to let you get to it. Thank you so much for your live report there in Perry, Florida. We do want to take you real quick to Horseshoe Beach, Florida. This was another area not too far from where Idalia made landfall. Wind gusts, by the way, at Horseshoe Beach over 80.
Mark, thanks for doing this hit with us.
Yeah.
We should be coming to you after the break, which we're about to go into. I'll give you 2 minutes. I'll let you know if that changes, though.
All right. Thank you. I'm going to set this down for a minute. I might be able to get outside now that the rain is letting up. Yes, I am in Lake City, Florida. I'm just trying to reorganize.
Lake City, okay.
I might be able to get out and do this. Let's give it a try. hit down. A little more to go. Two of these. I'm gonna order another one so I have two of them. I should put it on our wish list, our Amazon wish list. Alright, let's see if I can back up. Mark needs to learn how to drive. There we go. All right. So much to keep up with. Let's see where Brent is. Whew, what a day.